Chapter 646. Humph, it is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Feng Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. Let's fight. Ha, good. Feng Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into six-armed heavenly zombie king. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of giant suns while attacking his mind. Without any worries, Feng Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh. The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Feng Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Feng Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Feng Yuan's bowl-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Feng Yuan's six-armed heavenly zombie king had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Feng Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Feng Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed. Even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of six-armed heavenly zombie king. But why would Giant Sun's will give Feng Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Feng Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Feng Yuan activated Windflower Gu again. He had already lost count of how many Windflower Gu he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Windflower Gu caused Feng Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the Will Sword Rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Feng Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intense sword streaked through the air and circled around Feng Yuan's body. From time to time, he would fly and cut. Feng Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-armed heavenly zombie king seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Feng Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed heavenly zombie king. Feng Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Feng Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time, and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Feng Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Feng Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting. Sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle. Sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Feng Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Feng Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Feng Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fong Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's Will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fong Yuan and Giant Sun's Will, while avoiding the Formless Hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Yi Louis Sang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Louis Sang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading, the space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fong Yuan and Giant Sun's Will were fighting intensely. From time to time, there were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fong Yuan or Giant Sun's Will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear. Everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed. But although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal goo, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Louis Sang asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai Bai Yunxing in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother. They have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited. We can only try our best to assist Ancestor. It is still the same words. We need to capture goo worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the goo worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first." Goo masters usually kept their own goo worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others, and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special. They might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character. She had high prestige, and had taken the initiative to expose her goo worms. The surviving goo masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to Goo Immortal, and to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he needed the help of Giant Sun's Will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. "Caught you!" Fong Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's Will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's Will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fong Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fong Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's Will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fong Yuan lacked methods. He could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yao's Will said, Giant Sun's Will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard. This will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts. Fang Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind. We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. It can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's aftereffects will completely transform my body into Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid, my aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off. Mo Yao said. You are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended. It is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal Gu house, but it is not specialized in intense battles. It is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal Gu house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on Water Pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant Suns Will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood. The 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup Gu worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could Giant Suns Will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down. Golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant Suns Will changed according to his will. Slashing, smashing, stabbing. All sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, otherwise his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But Giant Suns Will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan, and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Suns Will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground, rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Suns Will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all, at the crucial moment. It was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant Suns Will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled. Using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground, he withstood Giant Suns Will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun Immortal Essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Suns Will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack, crack, crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Suns Will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Suns Will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced, and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Feng Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge, if this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No. This is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Feng Yuan refused to give in, and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case. Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Feng Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain. And the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered. Especially when they saw Feng Yuan being smashed to the ground, and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread. The wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a Gu master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the Gu worms around them. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, attack together. Don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Feng Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed. "Oh Feng Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight. It retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Feng Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Feng Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Feng Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal Gu, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will, and wrapped it around many immortal Gu to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will, and wrapped them around immortal Gu, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal Gu. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal Gu and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal Gu, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge. Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Feng Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. But it was no use. He needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Feng Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed, and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ha ha ha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Sons will laugh continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yao's will screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Feng Yuan. Without her reminder, Feng Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Sons will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Feng Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Sons will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sons Will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sons Will did not obstruct Feng Yuan at all. He showed his tactic. Chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Feng Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap. Giant Sons Will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Feng Yuan into 2. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sons Will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture. Quickly come in. Feng Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sons Will had used up his moves. He could not chase in time. Thus Feng Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yao's will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Feng Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway. I will lend you these goo worms. Although Feng Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only 2 that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai Bai Yunqing's permission, Feng Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Feng Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Feng Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh. A huge wave appeared under Feng Yuan's feet, moving Feng Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sons Will. Worldly wave trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Feng Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sons Will was stunned. This was the first time Feng Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered. If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, his green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fong Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fong Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Fong Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed. He could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture. Isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence. Maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fong Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. Fong Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fong Yuan was silent. He only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fong Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will. He was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will. I am standing here. Do you dare to come? Fong Yuan stood still. He stopped activating worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped. He was a few hundred steps away from Fong Yuan. He did not get any closer. I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain. But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out. The place where Fong Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will. Thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult. It could not withstand such intense consumption. Fong Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Fong Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, wisdom goo will retract the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest. All of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive goo on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards wisdom goo. The closer he got to wisdom goo, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fong Yuan. They had already discussed this, and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive goo while retaliating with long-range combat goo. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal goo masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator, and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat goo, it was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo, they also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the goo worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively, they knew a lot. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times, thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When goo immortals used mortal goo, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of goo worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle he continuously changed goo, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal goo for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Suns will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88 Point Jinyang Tower, thus Giant Suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court blessed land, and obtained great support. Giant Suns will was experienced and knowledgeable. Thinking of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's who immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal goo through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yinsheng, but he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. There was no harm in being prepared. It was finally put to use now. You borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of goo worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal goo. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Suns will said as he split into a dozen or so goo worms, and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move, after He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free. I never had a name for it. Giant Suns will said indifferently, right now it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited. The purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange. Most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point, like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 sealing killer move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed. The goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo, but difficult to seal offensive goo, because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed, and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. I'll kill you, you devil! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere, and was caught in the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, your sins are too heinous. You actually overthrew Truyang Building. We ended up like this, it is all your fault. Gu Guolong shouted angrily. The wind blades he shot out were like blades. They were endless, and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time, and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth. They were filled with anger. They wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state. Their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great. Facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. You are destined to die today. This is the result of offending Ancestor Giant Sun. Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Chapter 649. Giant Sun's will was too strong, not only in battle strength, but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the Immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. Damn it! Is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure. The aperture walls were filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back. His aperture had clearly reached its limit. It might shatter at any moment. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada. His goo worms were getting more and more sealed. His firepower was getting weaker. Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. Come fight back. The goo masters laughed wildly. Why are you scared now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Some sneered. You demon, to think you would have such a day die. Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Oh no! Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body. The death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached. But Feng Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy and could not be restored. Unless the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, giant suns will suddenly attack. At such a short distance, I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Feng Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive goo worms, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Only then could Feng Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now, although Giant Sun's will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant Sun's will could definitely give up. To lure the 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo at once. If I stop my killer move, Giant Sun's will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die, then it would be able to take back Giant Sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Feng Yuan's attitude was firm. But your body? Mo Yao's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Feng Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first, it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Feng Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The Goo Masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant Sun's will laughed. So that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead. A monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's will was experienced and had broad horizons. He immediately saw through Feng Yuan's situation. The Goo Master's morale immediately rose. Someone laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds. You brought this upon yourself. Now even without us doing anything, you are finished. Demonic path people are greedy for strength. They disregard everything. Now you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity. Even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming, harming the common people, going against Ancestor Giant Sun, us and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged. Feng Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent, you should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the Strength Path Immortal Aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray. White stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling. It was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a Goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Feng Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Feng Yuan's iron will he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind. It only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Feng Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-arm Heavenly Zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Feng Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned. Even Giant Sun's will could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Feng Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect Wisdom Goo. Seeing that Feng Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Goo, He Lulan quickly reminded. The Goo Master's firepower was slightly restrained. It was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable. His chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Feng Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha ha ha, I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad. It should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Feng Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated. There were traces of lightning coiling around the wound. His spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh. A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Feng Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly. His primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted. Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms. Humph. You just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off, with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Feng Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Feng Yuan was knocked down again and again. His tall and sturdy body became short and crooked. But he got up again and again. Even though he only had 1 arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere. His organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. Why? Mo Yao's cried. Feng Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sun's will suddenly spoke. The goo masters did not dare to disobey. Their attack stopped. At this point, you are still not willing to give up? Humph, your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Sun's will said in a gentle tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up. I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Feng Yuan chuckled. Let me think about it. Giant Sun's will continued. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Your crimes are unforgivable. But I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Acknowledge me as your master, and help me rebuild 88-point Jinyang Tower. Only then can you wash away your sins. After True Yang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sun's will gave Feng Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Feng Yuan muttered, "Let me think about it." Giant Sun's will smiled lightly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count to 10 and you will give me an answer. 10. Feng Yuan lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sun's will's tricks. As long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yao's will worriedly warned in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed. Sigh, to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo. The one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past. The spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yaozwil cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Feng Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yaozwil in return. Haven't you always wanted me to use it? Feng Yuan. What do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yaozwil was startled, and he immediately denied it. Feng Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, you already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yaozwil appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Feng Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Feng Yuan ignored her and continued. You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into Truyang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. Little guy, what's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When giant suns will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent. But on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyan, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyan, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyan, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the Truyang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life, while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yaozwil widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, Feng Yuan kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this. Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Feng Yuan laughed. Admit my failure. Of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you, Mo Yao, and Giant Sun. Experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yaozwil snorted coldly, crossing its arms. Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued. Your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's Will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time, she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing. Other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-armed heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. Mo Yao's Will raised her head and laughed, retorting. Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget, I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's Will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time, and made you turn into 6-armed heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time. This is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. If I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to go against the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice the Goo Master completely, leaving only the Goo Master's consciousness in the Goo Worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into Spring-Autumn Cicada and destroy the Goo Master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's Will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, however, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the Goo Master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, Spring-Autumn Cicada is my goo worm. It is also my vital goo. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills. Thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me and raise my foundation, so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use Spring-Autumn Cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed. I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in Truyang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's Will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, You had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Feng Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, Giant Sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Hee, good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Feng Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful. Her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal, and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap, mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal Gu and did not grab it. Chapter 651. Just like you said, when I found out you had spring-autumn cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using spring-autumn cicada to revive. I used calamity beckoning immortal Gu to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Feng Yuan replied. This is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with Giant Sun's will in my mind, refining True Yang Building's supreme true inheritance and also receiving the light of wisdom, but I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the Gu worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial Gu worm should be that wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain Gu, right? You guessed half right. Mo Yao's will said. Delight in water and mountain Gu can only produce joyful will, but this will of mine is not joyful will. It is transformed from joyful will through some other Gu worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts and thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means, you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will? Feng Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier, but because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are only a few external factors that can affect the situation. How could I not pay attention to formless hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the formless hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the water pavilion was in ruins, however, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your goo worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves, and most of the goo worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any goo worms that don't require primeval essence to activate? Mo Yao's will heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented. Feng Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Feng Yuan said. Oh please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal goo that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel, and not other immortal goo that are inferior to spring autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will smiled bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then. The moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai Bai Yinsheng. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then, I sneaked into Tru Yang building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, but I let it escape. Ever since then, my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal goo in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core water harmony immortal goo. If your spring-autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your goo immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left. Most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Feng Yuan nodded. Sai, actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all. It cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Feng Yuan sighed repeatedly. After revealing his cards, he instead consoled Mo Yao's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies. As if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute. It is like walking on a tightrope. You need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Goo's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal goo. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yao chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods. You will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Feng Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing. I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? Mo Yaozwell laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long. I have a deep understanding of you. You no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down. You have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone. Although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal goo, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat, that is great strength true martial physique's He Lulan. Rank 5 peak stage, think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom goo to maintain the light of wisdom. Strong enemies are waiting for you. You have no way out. Mo Yaozwell laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this: it will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything. It also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it. Even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a prisoner. Feng Yuan sneered. You have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations. You definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness. If I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is? Mo Yao revealed a shocking news. She actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Feng Yuan did not reply, he only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are stubborn, you want to resist till the end. Not obtaining Feng Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's will's voice was very deep. There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. But he is still stubborn. Yi Lui Sang shouted, but inwardly he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head and use it as our urinal. Today we will get rid of this evil for the people. The crowd was boiling. Not good. The wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do? Someone was panicking. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Sons will wanted Feng Yuan to surrender. If Feng Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Feng Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Sons will had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a Strength Path Immortal Goo for you. Release your Dark Path Seal, and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your Great Strength True Martial Physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Sons will said as he handed a Strength Path Immortal Goo to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal goo that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sons will promise the other goo masters many benefits, giving out goo worms one by one. Giant Sons will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds. Get rid of him. You will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people. You will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sons will had unparalleled prestige. He was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them. Everyone mustered their courage and looked at Feng Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Feng Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen. The Goo Master's killing intent surged. No doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Feng Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the Great Strength True Martial Physique and Giant Sons will. But they were also nervous. Feng Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Goo suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of goo flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now it completely concealed it and hid among the goo group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sons was the first to react, laughing loudly. Wonderful. This Wisdom Goo's wild will had just been born. It was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sons could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the Wisdom Goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here. Accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted. Their morale was high. Giant Sons was even more restless. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe. His body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left. His body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damn demon. Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Feng Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now you have nowhere to go. Giant sons will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's will also said. Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Sons will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up. This is a hopeless situation. There is no way out. Quickly use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan's laughter stopped. He said in a hoarse voice. Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern Dark Eye soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world, a lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world, coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body. "Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely. Thus you wish to be comforted, understood and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out. Leave this God-forsaken place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" The voice laughed again. "I am a goo called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart, and you will discover me." Renzu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed in the deepest part of his heart he saw a goo worm. This goo worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him, but it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times, to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This goo worm of yours, how did it get into my body?" Self-Goo said. "Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body. You just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me. You need to examine your inner heart in loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had no interest. He did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Eye soul. Self-Goo saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. "Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place? No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River?" Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-Goo laughed loudly. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path." Renzu was confused. "Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Goo already told me. Where is there a second path?" Self-Goo said. "Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet." Renzu was even more confused. "Then how do I walk?" Self-Goo said. "Didn't I say it? You need to think about walking first." Think. Renzu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this Gu. It was Renzu's good friend Cognition Gu. Where there is cognition, there will be me, Cognition Gu said. Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you. Saying so, Cognition Gu let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Gu would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self-wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles, it was very small. Cognition Gu guided. This pair of wings is called Renzu. It will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful, new paths are hard to walk, other Gu cannot be relied on. You can only rely on self-Gu. Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-Gu's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom. At the next moment his vision changed. Everyone heard Feng Yuan's words and reacted. They were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. Hee. Who do you think you are, you dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience. They shouted and charged towards Feng Yuan. G.U.H. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Feng Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. Chapter 653. This strength path phantom's facial features resembled the young Feng Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Gu masters, it was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yaozhuo was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial Gu worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Gu masters had already charged forward. Feng Yuan's strength path phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This strength path phantom only has the form. At most it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Feng Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital Gu to send out a strength path phantom? How is this possible? This strength path phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital Gu was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-armed heavenly zombie king. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Feng Yuan forcefully refined He Lulan's vital Gu. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. With the help of immortal essence, even mortal Gu had a huge advantage. But the strength path phantom that Feng Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lulan's Gu and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry. Mo Yaozhuo commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Feng Yuan. On the outside, giant Sunzwell had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Feng Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle, so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well then, Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Feng Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist. Using his only remaining arm, fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Gu masters. Feng Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Feng Yuan. Danqing had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom, boom, boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Gu Masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms, and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Gu Masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Gu worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu Masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The Gu Masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu Masters enormous pressure. The Gu Masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours, this killer move of yours. Mo Yaozwil stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-armed heavenly zombie king? Mo Yaozwil realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead. Thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms, but sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yaozwil realized this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path. Strength path. Single-handedly. The essence of two completely different Gu master paths were perfectly harmonized in Feng Yuan's killer move. Feng Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Feng Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the Gu worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital Gu. This was one of the crucial parts of Feng Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal Gu. The Gu worms used to assemble six-arm heavenly zombie king, and Feng Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Yuan purposely turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king. He needed six-arm heavenly zombie king's Gu worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the black coffin death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path. This is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was just about to say something, when Giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Feng Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Feng Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance. Most of your will and Gu worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last." Feng Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Feng Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Feng Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Feng Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Feng Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect. Otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it! Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left, he could not think for too long, it would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance. Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan grinned. Old man, what are you so anxious for? This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sun's will fell into Feng Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Humph, I've been waiting for a long time. Feng Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Feng Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Feng Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Feng Yuan's trap. Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for? Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Feng Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength true martial physique was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom. An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew. The phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. This? What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Chung. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyan to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him, condensing one strength path phantom after another. The army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the Strength Path Phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me! Yi Lui sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The Strength Path Phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital Gu, but he can actually create Strength Path Phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the Strength Path Phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single Strength Path Phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 Strength Path Phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 Strength Path Phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more Strength Path Phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this. But Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time. And Yi Lui sang and the others were killed by the Strength Path Phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the Strength Path Phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these Strength Path Phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this Strength Path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Renzu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your Strength Path Phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power. You desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the Strength Path Phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lulan's cheeks. One day, when the Strength Path Phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother. In the room, He Lulan's heartbroken voice echoed. Hey Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant Suns will roared angrily, breaking He Lulan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her? How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Suns will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down. Her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, "Don't listen to this demon's nonsense. He cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor. Don't forget, I am only lending the Strength Path Immortal Goo to you. It still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the Immortal Goo will self-detonate." He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. "Demon, you have a glib tongue. You are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price. Hand over your life." He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the Phantom Army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique." Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched. Giant Sunswell did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Sunswell to the core. Giant Sunswell gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, "He Lulan." As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Sunswell finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. "You!" Giant Sunswell shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Sunswell collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sunswell before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him. He shouted in anger he could not understand. "Humph. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders?" He Lulan sneered. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. "You ingrate, unfilial descendant. You dare to betray your ancestor." The golden thoughts screamed in anger. "Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow?" He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me, which immortal goo can bring me back to life? Humph. You think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? Hehehe, even if you are giant sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. Hey Lulan. She was still that Hey Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But Hey Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current Hey Lulan was unfathomable. Hey Lulan, you have the Huangjin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things. When did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the giant sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Feng Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, Hey Lulan roared. Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Feng Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, Hey Lulan said that Feng Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Feng Yuan or Hey Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Feng Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. Hey Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Jinyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. Truyong Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from blood path, strength path, and enslavement path, his wisdom path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court-blessed land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. Hey Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Feng Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Feng Yuan nodded, sneering. "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine." It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Feng Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Feng Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. I know this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal goo. But time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. He Lulan said shockingly. Feng Yuan had a calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? The goo is with me without fixed immortal travel. How can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible. He Lulan said. Feng Yuan chuckled. Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place? He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Feng Yuan. The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods. But you are not using them, This method has its flaws. She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique's self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Feng Yuan many times at 88-point Jinyang Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Feng Yuan a lot of trouble. Now she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's Will was shocked. If Feng Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Feng Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Feng Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. Then what do I get? Immortal goo dark limit. He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. Oh, please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jiangyu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of Immortal Goo Dark Limit. You committed such a huge crime. Northern Plains Goo Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location. Interesting, what else? Feng Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. We are all smart people, frankly speaking. I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Feng Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Feng Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued. I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai Bai Yunsheng's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Goo Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point. After that was the Strength Path killer move, and finally, Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Feng Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Feng Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, "What is the name of your killer move?" "Myriad Self." Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Goo and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net. Scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the after effect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master." At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. How long did I sleep for? Fang Yuan nodded and asked. Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights. This was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back. She believed him. One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much. With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white fox tail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside. Only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead. It can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed Strength Path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast. White stone mountains had already collapsed. The ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks. It was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 Gu immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal Gu related to Water Pavilion: Worldly Wave Trace Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. As for the other 4 immortal Gu, they were obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal Gu, there were also mortal Gu. Among them, the most valuable mortal Gu was also obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These Gu worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common Gu worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital Gu, rank for all-out effort Gu, as well as Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Coat Gu, Breath Concealment Gu, and others. It was these Gu worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Feng Yuan to obtain victory in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous Gu. For example, during Feng Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise Gu, which consumed the most energy, Windflower Gu that could quickly change direction, Soul Blade Gu obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping, Battlebone Will Gu, Stargate Gu, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu, and others that Gu immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Feng Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Feng Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall, green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body, like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms, the other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, Blood-White Zombie Gu, Nightmare Zombie Gu, Plague Zombie Gu, and Earth Chief Zombie Gu. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Feng Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Hu Immortal cared because she was the female Gu Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Feng Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities, invulnerable to all tribulations. No one could harm his life. He had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Feng Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using Wisdom Gu was the second method. Little Hu Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Feng Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are 2 main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their Rockman trade with us." Feng Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Feng Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their Rockman trade. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fengzheng to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the Rockman trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Gu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Feng Yuan to open up the Guts Gu trade. But they were all rejected by Feng Yuan. Over the last year, who Immortal Blessed Land did not relent, Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted, thus they stopped the Rockman trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Feng Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Who Immortal Blessed Land is not a paradise, it is located on Tianti Mountain, and its external situation has always been worrying. This time Crane Gate is making trouble, there must be a reason behind it, I need to be careful. If Feng Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Who Immortal Blessed Land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Who Immortal Blessed Land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie, his immortal aperture had become a dead aperture, there was no point in talking about it. Feng Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now Feng Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Feng Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Feng Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant suns will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day, I, Guyue Feng Yuan, would also become an idiot. Feng Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai Bai Yunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit. It could move freely in Who Immortal Blessed Land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai Bai Yunxing again. "Junior brother, you. Sai. What should we do now?" As soon as he saw Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Feng Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Feng Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai Bai Yunxing. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on. Senior Marshal brother. This place is simple and crude. Please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Feng Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had the help of Tai Bai Yunxing. It was restored. The restored Danghun Mountain retained this cave. But Danghun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape, as before, could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Danghun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Feng Yuan did not want to recreate Danghun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber. The smell of cosmetics was too heavy. It was not suitable for Feng Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave. It was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunxing chose a stone block closest to Feng Yuan and sat down. Right now he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Feng Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Feng Yuan had gone through life and death together. They had gone through too many trials and tribulations in northern plains. They had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in true inheritance secluded domain, Feng Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunxing twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu. The second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Bai Yunxing's life. At that time, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu immortal inheritance. He naturally understood the attraction of an immortal Gu to a Gu immortal. Feng Yuan abandoned the immortal Gu to save him. Tai Bai Yunxing, it was enough to prove Feng Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunxing was captured by He Lulan. Feng Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunxing also approved of Feng Yuan's choice. He felt relieved. This was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. Being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, Little Hu Immortal returned the two Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before, to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind and gentle nature. He had deep feelings towards these two Immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Feng Yuan's situation from Little Hu Immortal, his heart shook. He could not feel happy anymore. His heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Feng Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock. His face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. I am ashamed, junior brother. Not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation. Feng Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle. It is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead. I am much better than those dead people and giant sons will. And at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom Gu. I have already profited greatly, senior brother. Don't worry about it. You should be happy. Before Feng Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Feng Yuan. This was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was immortal Gu. It could not bear the might of an immortal Gu. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Feng Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through. Feng Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release wisdom Gu. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain. Absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent, it was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions were sincere. As he said this, he had already stood up impatiently. But Feng Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, You are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal goo can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed? How can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Bai Yunqing actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunqing's hand. Tai Bai Yunqing could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly. Junior brother, I have let you down. I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock. Senior brother, why are you like this? Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal goo to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Bai Yunqing cried bitterly. He had a kind nature. Even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunqing had taken the initiative to lend his goo to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunqing woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunqing was paralyzed on the ground. Feeling sad and ashamed, he was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunqing, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly but said sincerely, Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have wisdom goo. Tai Bai Yunqing shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom goo is rank 9. It followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 goo immortal, you will never be able to refine it. You will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan. It is more suitable to be close to wisdom goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunqing's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao. Tai Bai Yunqing was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement pathmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunqing was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement pathmaster. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunqing's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again. And most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Jinyang Tower, he gave me a consumable goo to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I had already used this goo. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunqing's soul in 88-point Jinyang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunqing's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunqing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path goo immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunqing in 88-point Jinyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunqing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunqing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yinxing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Feng Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days. We just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yinxing nodded. Feng Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Feng Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yinxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Feng Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior Marshal brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven. Even if Master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yinxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's True Young building. You swear to it, isn't that too fake? Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness." "Say it." Tai Bai Yinxing answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Feng Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Feng Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Feng Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a Strength Path Gu immortal, although I am a zombie now. I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Ah. Tai Bai Yinxing stared. He had never expected that Feng Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Feng Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yinxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yinxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Feng Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Feng Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yinxing could only pat Feng Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while. Before raising his head and looking at Feng Yuan's face, he sneered. "Oh, junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother, ha ha." Tai Bai Yinxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? "Hey!" Feng Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. "Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother." "Ha ha ha, junior brother. I can understand you, I don't mind." Tai Bai Yinxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Feng Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Feng Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yinxing had already left. He sat on a stone stool. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down. Some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Feng Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yinxing. Feng Yuan only believed in himself. He never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yinxing, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Bai Yinxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in two aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6 time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land. And don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Feng Yuan had once soul-searched him. Thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. He had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Feng Yuan. He had helped him several times in Truyang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunsheng chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Feng Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Feng Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the seat closest to Feng Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Feng Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Feng Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunsheng felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Feng Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon, and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Feng Yuan used the Glass Abode Master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the Truyang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunsheng's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunsheng denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Feng Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the Truyang building, she made Tai Bai Yunsheng completely believe in Feng Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Feng Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunsheng trust him so much? Tai Bai Yunsheng harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me. He will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Feng Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness. They would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Feng Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Feng Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself again. A reason for him to live again. Feng Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these 2 immortal gu. I have too many immortal gu. The cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal gu, Feng Yuan felt a headache. Raising gu worms was like raising a mistress. Gu masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Feng Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal gu was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal gu, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many gu immortals did not have a single immortal gu, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Feng Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal goo. Feng Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Bai Yinsheng, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. How is Wisdom Goo? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the Blessed Land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the Blessed Land were basically under her control. Master, after Wisdom Goo was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a Rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Feng Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that Wisdom Goo was hibernating in was very big. Feng Yuan was moved in by Little Hu Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Feng Yuan's arrival, Wisdom Goo shone with 5 colors. Little Hu Immortal sat on Feng Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Goo curiously. This was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense every place in the Blessed Land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. "Oh Wisdom Goo, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it." In the dark cave, Feng Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Goo was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu Immortal's eyes shone brightly. She laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Feng Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Feng Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Hu Immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, Wisdom Goo still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Feng Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing Wisdom Goo. She shouted, like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing. You can even get Wisdom Goo. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It seems Wisdom Goo has activated your little brain. Go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute head was pressed by Feng Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu Immortal immediately frowned. She shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Feng Yuan. She flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Feng Yuan did not sit cross-legged. His zombie body was tough and thick. There was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom, even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation. Feng Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Feng Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels. His thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Feng Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path goo worms. They could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had researched Wisdom Path and bought special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp will goo, and other goo worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up, he could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited, his wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight. They shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another. The dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled. How many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in a million years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in Truyong Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone. Northern Plains will definitely be shaken. Countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience. He felt that his disadvantage was in Wisdom Path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Dang Hun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains Gu Immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this Gu, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated. She was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father. This was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path immortal Gu. Once he ascended to Gu Immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it Immortal Gu Dark Limit or Fixed Immortal Travel, they were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his Gu worm to create his will again. Very soon, his mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal Gu do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal Gu to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu with him. It was delight in water and mountain Gu that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal goo required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence, he only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal goo for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Feng Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation. He concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now. My cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation goo, but I am an immortal zombie. Yin-yang rotation goo is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Feng Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet. His finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal yuan stone. Even Hu immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Feng Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Feng Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in goo refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockman slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Feng Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockman trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Feng Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the goo path, nurture, use and refine, goo masters not only needed to use goo, they also needed to nurture and refine goo. Feng Yuan had become a zombie now. His cultivation had stagnated. He needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Danghun Mountain's palace. Feng Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed. The back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Feng Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunxing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon goo. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunxing's mind came back from the messenger pigeon goo. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, "That is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission." Feng Yuan nodded. "That's right." In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Diqiu inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus this time he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sai Master's style is like this, it seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, expressing his agreement with Feng Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the goo immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Feng Yuan. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered for a moment before asking, "Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th, and have grasped 2 goo immortal inheritances, Strength Path and Enslavement Path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples. Can we get help from them?" Feng Yuan shook his head. What a joke. Of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon goo were forged by Feng Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist. How could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunxing was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. He had just ascended to Immortal. He did not know much about Gu Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now it has become a superforce spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huangjin tribes and superforces of Northern Plains? Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Gu immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local superforces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's superforces. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing gained new knowledge. He asked in confusion. Then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed. They must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunxing was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the superforces. They are not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Luan. Tai Bai Yunxing blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu, otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect, and mobilize Gu immortals to attack Hu immortal blessed land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu immortal blessed land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, they announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu immortal blessed land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one crane gate and one of the 10 great sects were two different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Who immortal blessed land is located on Tianti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the two of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, oh Old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal, with just the three of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance, and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do. Then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident. You clearly have a good plan. Ha ha ha, Old Bai. Your eyes are like a torch. I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short. It was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Uff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The Gruel Mud Immortal Goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Danghun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sit. Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunxing chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used Wisdom Goo to deduce the Immortal Goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen Wisdom Goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan Gu from Feng Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited, he did not dare to get close to this legendary Gu worm. Feng Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs. A pair of hands were placed on his dantian. A pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing, like a giant standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed saying, "Mortal Gu cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the Gu recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat. Beaming with joy, he said, 1%. As expected of the rank 9 wisdom Gu. That means if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one immortal Gu recipe? With these immortal Gu recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunxing had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Gu immortal realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Gu master cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Gu immortal cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change, that was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Gu groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Gu immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell Gu worms and Gu recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing's excited expression, Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu immortal blessed land and familiarize yourself with the Gu immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunxing was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Feng Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal Gu recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal Gu gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal Gu gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal Gu gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Feng Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing was not stupid, he immediately understood Feng Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Feng Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades, without any progress. But Feng Yuan had wisdom Gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the Gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Feng Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal Gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Feng Yuan to eliminate a large number of Gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the Gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Feng Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads. You have 26 beads, and Hu immortal blessed land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Hu immortal land spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal Gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, The most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains goo immortals and Central Continent's crane gate all want to find trouble with us. If wisdom goo is discovered, I'm afraid all the goo immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langia. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you. And when you asked the land spirit of Langia for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langia thinks you are a wisdom path goo master, and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the goo recipe. Oh. Feng Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. Aya, as expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud goo recipe. The land spirit of Langia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langia, and know the method to enter Langia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Feng Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal goo was limited. It could not compare to wisdom path immortal goo. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the crane gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Feng Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times, and had gained some experience. Wisdom goo and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom goo emitted the light of wisdom, giving goo masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Feng Yuan had just failed to deduce the crane gate's plot against who immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal goo recipes, there were too many factors to consider, and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a goo master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the goo master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the goo master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a goo master used wisdom goo, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Feng Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To Gu masters, for questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it, even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in Wisdom Path, there were also immortal Gu that could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret Gu. Gu masters did not need thoughts to collide. They did not need to deduce. They could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Feng Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Gu worms only had one effect. Even rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the greater its power. If the Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of Heavenly Secret Gu. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 Gu master, who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly Secret Gu was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had Heavenly Secret Gu, I would be able to form an incredible combination with Wisdom Gu. If someone uses Heavenly Secret Gu to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly Secret Gu allowed the Gu master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other Wisdom Path Gu worms, Feng Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Feng Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court Blessed Land were wiped clean. Without Heavenly Secret Gu, Wisdom Path Gu masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence. The more evidence the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court Blessed Land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Feng Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green. There were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu Tribe's Gu Immortal Tong Zu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky. They are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu Immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak. It was 20 to 30 feet long. It was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities. They nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu Immortal had a third eye on his forehead. It was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Morong Qing Si and Guan Shenjiao are too kind. My tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years. It cannot compare to Morong tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 Desolation Blessed Land. The Gu Immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of a superforce, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu Immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal Gu, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal Gu. This made the Gu Immortals extremely moved. All right, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tongzu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Morong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female Gu immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another Gu immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed. Even Fairy Li Shan came. But this jade pool-blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How can we make an oath? At this time, Gu immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. Everyone, don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. Yes. Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years. This meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will support you until the last moment. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry, I Guyue Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack. But the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fang Yuan's words. However, Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter Gu get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending Greenbird Gu created by Feng Jioga. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter sending Greenbird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Jioga, because back then, Feng Kim Hong's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Jioga, there was also his wife Feng Kim Hong's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan. The original intention was for Fang Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan was originally very confident in this letter, but Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fang Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter sending Greenbird Gu was created by Feng Jioga. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the Greenbird Gu was not high, but this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. All right, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we will send another letter. Days passed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Langia and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately, there was no news of these two keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the The perplexity shrouded Fang Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fang Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it, with spring-autumn cicada, his luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal goo remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom goo. Thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal goo remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost a Stargate goo. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Danghun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon, she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course, I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Chapter 665. Hearing Fang Yuan say not enough, He Lulan snorted in displeasure. Fang Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death. Oh. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving goo recipes, immortal goo's location, methods to kill desolate beasts, and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains goo master. But there are also Northern Plains goo masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk, he said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing. Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunxing. Also, is wisdom goo in your hands? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. How can that be? Wisdom goo was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here? Tai Bai Yunxing praised inwardly. Fang Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost wisdom goo. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, I don't care if you really lost wisdom goo. I only know that wisdom goo might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Hee, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the wisdom goo is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the wisdom goo, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the goo immortals in the world will chase after you crazily, until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. He Lulan, you've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Ha ha ha, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days, At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' Truyong building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that wisdom gu is in your hands. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred? He Lulan's expression changed and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, and return it to me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunqing and I are 2 gu immortals. He Lulan snorted coldly. You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this. People often say, young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Sioux tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Sioux tribe bloodline. He Qing was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian'er's hand. He swore. Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Qing, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down. From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became gu immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Sioux tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Qing had many wives and children. Su Xian'er was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Qing and Su Xian'er gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lulan. A few years later, Su Xian'er died. He Qing was extremely sad. He announced to the public. His beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Yinyang life extension method in True Inheritance secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires, he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him. But in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path gu immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time he's targeting me. I have the great strength true martial physique. Once I become a gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Yinyang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunqing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Qing was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunqing had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open. You did not respond when He Qing called your name. Fang Yuan nodded. Looking at He Lulan again, he had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt. The edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered. Her eyelashes were thick. She breathed softly. Her hands were as white as snow. Her movements were light and slow. She was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big. There was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow. His face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. They were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunsheng." The old man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals. A rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan. The other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Guyua Fongyuan. "Little aunt, I am back." He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fong and Bai. "My relationship with Little Lan has always been kept a secret. Outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fong Yuan. Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Jinyang Tower." Fong Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal, but I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fong Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Chung. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. "Please take a seat. This is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fong and Bai to sit down. Fong Yuan waved his hand, rejecting. "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea." "Junior Fong is really decisive," Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone. There was a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its back was not smooth. It was like a craggy mountain wall. There were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. "Give me your hand." Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it." Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, "Although Dongfang tribe and the other Righteous Path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor. You must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety. There is no need to rush. In the tribe there are demonic path spies." Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish. The redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. "Lord!" Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic Path Gu Immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a superforce, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move. They could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of lifespan gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder lifespan gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled, dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Feng Yuan destroyed giant Sun Immortals' arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyang Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now, large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Feng Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Feng Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel, and used this immortal gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Feng Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Look there. There is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back, there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. This is the desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish, Feng Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langia had a beast enslavement immortal gu that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spinefin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langia suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's presence. In front of him was a gu immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman gu immortal. What? Another strong enemy? The Inkman gu immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Langia let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkman gu immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langia blessed land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman gu immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beasts to stop him for now. The land spirit of Langia said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langia has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langia blessed land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Bai Yunxing said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Bai Yunxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes. It only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal gu first. Following that, large numbers of gu worms were activated in a certain pattern. Feng Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam. Each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew. Fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream. Its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Feng Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Chapter 668. The land spirit of Langia looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkman Gu immortals and Tai Bai Yunxing feel a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms. He had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Feng Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had not a single immortal Yuan stone. Thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal Gu. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal Gu in Feng Yuan's possession. Thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear. So Feng Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path. Its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Feng Yuan huge trouble, and made Feng Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it, could not even raise its head against Myriad Self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Langia glared at Feng Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing behind Feng Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Langia had a tall and thin body. His hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's. He wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Feng Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Feng Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Langia. He stared at the land spirit of Langia who was tied up. Furrowing his brows, he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Langia's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Land spirit of Langia, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine Gu now. You're really losing face for your main body. Feng Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Langia's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Langia Blessed Land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Langia repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. Looking at this strange land spirit of Langia laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain. His horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business. He did not want to offend Feng Yuan easily. Feng Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" the land spirit of Langia asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Langia had high intelligence, he had an honest nature. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Feng Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple. You should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal," Feng Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langia stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Langya mocked. Feng Yuan, oh Feng Yuan, you are a zombie now. You still want to deduce a goo recipe? Or an immortal goo recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. The Inkman King said. If it is an immortal goo recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal goo recipe? The land spirit of Langya was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger. Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal goo recipe. Chapter 669. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the goo worm in Feng Yuan's hand. The goo worm was brimming with immortal energy. It contained surging laws. It was no doubt an immortal goo. But no one knew what immortal goo it was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's heart jolted. He recalled what Feng Yuan had once revealed to him. This goo. Land spirit of Langya's eyes shined. I have never seen this goo before. This is a new goo. He jumped in front of Feng Yuan. His nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the goo worm. He sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next he shouted. Ah, this is the aura of Luck Path. This is a Luck Path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed Truyong building, but it seems your gains are not small. Feng Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the great land spirit of Langya is so ignorant. This is not a new goo. It had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this goo is called Calamity Beckoning. It was created by a certain generation's fairy, Mo Yao, of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shined. If I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Inkmen. She cultivated to rank 7. Her charisma was outstanding. Even the famous sword immortal Boqing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar. When he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. Sire, please don't blame me. I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young, thus I am very familiar with her deeds. Feng Yuan found it funny. To think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Feng Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from the humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Feng Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal goo. Feng Yuan mocked for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning immortal goo and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of goo worm this is. The Land Spirit of Langya immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath. His nervous expression turned into pride. Of course I recognize this immortal goo. It was called Cleanse Soul. It was a supplementary item for Soul Path Goo Immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luopa Valley's Fog and Luopa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It could refine a Goo Immortal's soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body. Oh, you actually recognize this goo. Feng Yuan pretended to be shocked, but inwardly thought. So this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self allowed Feng Yuan to create his own Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms contained a trace of Feng Yuan's soul. Thus Feng Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the Killer Move Myriad Self would expend Feng Yuan's soul foundation. The Land Spirit of Langya saw Feng Yuan's shock, and the pride on his face intensified. But Feng Yuan continued. You are lucky this time. You happen to recognize this immortal goo. Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength. If you have strength, you don't even know calamity beckoning immortal goo. You. Forget it, look at this immortal goo, you definitely won't recognize it. Take it out, let me see its background. The land spirit of Langya shouted. Feng Yuan took out another goo. The land spirit of Langya concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time he laughed. Haha, this is the luck path immortal goo, rising azure cloud. Rising azure cloud? Tai Bai Yunqing interrupted. That's right. The land spirit of Langya was proud, shaking his head. This goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. Land Spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it. The land spirit of Langya retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Feng Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time his expression changed. Ah, so it's you. What goo is this? Tai Bai Yunqing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point he had already seen through Feng Yuan's intentions. Although Feng Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang building, he did not know their origins, and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo, and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful, and might harm oneself. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada. These immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual. Even if they were activated, without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although Wisdom Goo could assist Feng Yuan, this was a deduction based on Feng Yuan's knowledge. The land spirit of Langya did not suspect anything, he showed off his knowledge. This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar. It is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records, and paid close attention to it back then. I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo. It combines nurturing and refinement. Feng Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage, and refinement, 3 aspects. Normally speaking, although these 3 aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Feng Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. The land spirit of Langya sighed. Luck path is a different path. It points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights. Even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added. The 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Feng Yuan's scheme. He wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about immortal goo. But he did not expose this. Feng Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Feng Yuan just for this. Feng Yuan nodded at Inkman King, before looking at the land spirit of Langya. Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your immortal goo recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will give you an immortal goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the immortal goo recipe, you can take my immortal goo. That way you can be at ease. The value of immortal goo usually far surpassed the immortal goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other shouting. Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Alright, I will not take any risks in this transaction. I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first. I will give you at most 3 immortal goo recipes. No matter which immortal goo recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an immortal goo recipe, give it to me. I will give you the immortal Yuan stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. Feng Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends. It was much easier for her to gather information than Feng Yuan. Furthermore, Feng Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal goo. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Feng Yuan's perspective, this goo had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Langia. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable goo, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable goo was very powerful, like the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Feng Yuan's Wolf Soul Goo. Feng Yuan had Guts Goo. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core goo of the killer move Miri itself. Its value was even higher. Feng Yuan compared it. If he did not use Miri itself, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 goo immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 goo immortals. Of course, compared to Feng Yuan's blood path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Firmly occupying the peak of rank 6, he had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 goo immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was the biggest gain that exceeded Feng Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Miri itself, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Goo was unique to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's first vital goo was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal goo created him. Without this mystical goo, Feng Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture, or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Feng Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Feng Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Feng Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring Autumn Cicada's luck. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Feng Yuan's Starlight Firefly Goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly Goo's Starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Feng Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the Immortal Goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Langya Blessed Land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate Goo to travel between Langya Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Feng Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little. And this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Feng Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal yuan stone and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Guyue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Feng Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Lengia continues, there will be more and more immortal yuan stone. Now I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Feng Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal yuan stone was very high. Back then, Feng Yuan used 1 immortal yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan established the Bloodwing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent. The sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yaozhuo was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Feng Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood, lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into Jewel Yellow Skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed Little Who Immortal's help, he could do the business himself. Jewel Yellow Skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes. There was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Feng Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly goo, Feng Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang seemed to be a Star Path goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly goo, but also Star Dart goo, Star Fire goo, Meteorite goo, Star River goo, and so on. Evidently, Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path mortal goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Feng Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Bloodpath, becoming a central continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Feng Yuan asked Little Immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an Immortal Yuan Stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Feng Yuan would lower the price. Feng Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction. This Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 Gu at the same time required a Gu immortal. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. It was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Gu immortals usually fought alone, unless they were Enslavement Path. But Enslavement Path Gu immortals had their own Enslavement Path defensive methods. Why would they choose an Ice Path killer move? Little Immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Feng Yuan was right. It was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But Little Immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods and was a lone cultivator. She needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Gu Immortal, because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees, most of them needed to exchange for specific resources, or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about Little Immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Little Immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months, she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this killer move Frost Veil. But half a piece of Immortal Yuan Stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little Immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited. She immediately thought of her Star Path killer move 6-9 Stardust. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fengzheng, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sex rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles. Master Tenchiru smiled. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said. These rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. Alright, we have arrived at the blood pool. Fengzheng heard the words blood pool, and his muscles tightened. Fengzheng is not far from success. He lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar goo and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time, we can... Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me, how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect? And how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenshuru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. He Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short. If we overtrain, Fangzheng will not be able to endure it. We can use goo worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul, and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenshuru shouted. He Fengyang chuckled. His soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way, you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fangzheng is only a rank 5 goo master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sai, ever since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler He Fengyang's tone was, the colder Master Tenshuru's heart became, he said with a grateful tone. With Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenshuru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room. His smile gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed, and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress, he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long. As long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time, I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsongyu and Qinyang Laojun. Fairy Tsongyu's battle strength is about the same as mine. She has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Qinyang Laojun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal Gu. I have no Immortal Gu to use. My hands are tied. The only way is to use Immortal Essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed. How much green grape Immortal Essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu Immortals on our side. As long as Hu Immortal's Immortal Essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time, He Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land underground cave. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fang Yuan chuckled. Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand. The starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook. He quickly activated his killer move. 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size. The 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Bai Yunxing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center. Afterimages lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily. He felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time, the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. A large number of star points shot out in all directions, colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Bai-Yunqing's body. Cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Bai-Yunqing's expression changed. The 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue. Their rotation speed fell sharply. Again. Feng Yuan raised his 8 arms. His 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Bai-Yunqing saw this, his pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Feng Yuan did not move. His 8 arms shot out one after another. The starry cluster flew towards Tai Bai-Yunqing and exploded. Bam bam bam. The explosions continued. Tai Bai-Yunqing was in a sorry state. He dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits. They self-detonated one after another. The power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Bai-Yunqing quickly replenished the 5 rings. No matter how Feng Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Feng Yuan stopped. Tai Bai-Yunqing breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Feng Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Feng Yuan replied bluntly. I named it Icy Drill Stardust. It is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Feng Yuan arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langya Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai-Yunqing's treatment. Feng Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Feng Yuan. He greeted first. Sir Feng Yuan, how have you been? Feng Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Langya and threw him a rank for East Window Goo. Take a look. East Window Goo quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands, but Feng Yuan lent him East Window Goo, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising. Not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal goo recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally. I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Feng Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Langya without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Langya was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal Yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Feng Yuan immediately received these immortal Yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time, but not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal goo recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal goo recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal goo recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal goo recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, Your Excellency Fong Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal yuan stone, right? Here in Langya Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in jewel yellow skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman city has also collected some goods. Perhaps Your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng, had once bought one of my killer moves. The Inkman King saw that Fong Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them? This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. I am ashamed, the name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land. Land Spirit of Langya explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fong Yuan curiously. These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for? You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Langya blessed land should have these goo worms, right? Fong Yuan smiled and said mysteriously. Of course. Land Spirit of Langya slightly raised his head, saying proudly, every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo. These 2 goo worms could not even be sold in treasure yellow heaven. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Langya, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Langya with interest. Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection. How do you solve the problem of feeding them? These days, Fong Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Langya gave him an answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount. This answer made Fong Yuan slightly disappointed. Can you explain in detail? He asked. You have also been to the True Inheritance secluded domain in 88-point Jinyang Tower, right? True Inheritance secluded domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced. Fong Yuan frowned. But even so, True Inheritance secluded domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88-point Jinyang Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal use food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path. I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed, using the most orthodox methods. Fong Yuan did not give up. Back then, when your main body refined 88-point Jinyang Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used? Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret. I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this. Fong Yuan nodded. He knew that the land spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fong Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff the star-shoot goo, saying, "This goo worm has clearly been tampered with. The goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce. We need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe, because one new goo is not enough for the research, unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms." Feng Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. "I have over 5,000 star-shoot goo." Star-shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Feng Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star-shoot goo at once. It was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000. Of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Langia heaved a deep sigh. Feng Yuan frowned. Your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers. How long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year, Inkman King said. So long? No choice. This seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The further I go, the harder it will be to remove the seal. Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history. His name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Langia's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster, and Feng Yuan was only a refinement pathmaster. If he could ask Land Spirit of Langia for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Langia was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible, Inkman King suggested. Isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Langia Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement pathmaster attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit and have him guide us on the spot. Isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Langia immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound. Many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement pathmasters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding. He could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we will talk again. Feng Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Langia shouted at Feng Yuan's back. Feng Yuan did not even turn his head. He waved his hand and stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Cocky lad. Land Spirit of Langia looked at his disappearing figure, and could not help muttering. Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Dang Hun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Feng Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. Float Balti grass seeds are very ordinary. You actually spent 1 immortal Yuan stone. It seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct. I have inspected your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path. Float Balti grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, Float Balti grass will flourish, and you can harvest them and sell them. Feng Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Bai Yunxing slapped his thigh. After Float Balti grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly. I have already thought it through. I will use landscape as before to earn immortal yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before Gu. You will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. It is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court blessed land is destroyed. We are the only survivors. Right now we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyan has gone missing. He seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu immortal. Maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise, if something happens to you, I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fang Yuan called him senior martial brother. Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Alright, I understand junior martial brother's meaning. Let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yunxing prepared himself and left to immortal blessed land with Fang Yuan. Arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fang Yuan instructed. Junior martial brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Bai Yunxing stored the Stargate Gu and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fang Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky. There was no wind. The temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fang Yuan was currently an immortal zombie. He could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden. The lines were smooth and smooth. The sand dune was clean. Only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked, like strange claws. It looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin. It was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the Gu recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding Gu worm would fly out. These Gu worms could be mortal Gu or immortal Gu. But if the wish was for an immortal Gu, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. Chapter 681. Fang Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed or clawed. he displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals, due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Feng Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Feng Yuan's punches flew rapidly, his movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly Feng Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Feng Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down. With a loud sound, the sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Feng Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! The sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Feng Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Feng Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan was faster. Boom! With a loud explosion, Feng Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Feng Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater, looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hands suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Feng Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it, the surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Feng Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong! What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered. She became nervous again. Dong! The loud sound resounded again. It was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. Damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became extremely vigilant. She stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black. She staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Feng Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor, and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Feng Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the buried dragon sand coffin, to trap Feng Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong. Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface, and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook. Her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong! 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 The loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. She was terrified. She felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom. The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore. It completely collapsed. The desert swelled up. Quicksand flowed down like flowing water. A huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind. It was eerie. Fong Yuan was 10 meters tall. He had 8 monstrous arms. He had a green face and sharp fangs. He was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious. There were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick. It made Fong Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering. Demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fong Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense. It was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fong Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His hair was as hard as steel. The effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fong Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half immortal yuan stone. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baisheng, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. Hei Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel Hei Chung is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. Hei Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fong Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fong Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met Hei Chung, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To Hei Chung, the luck path true inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the luck path true inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome Hei Lulan first. Fong Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. Hei Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression. I don't have much time left. Thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Qing comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing He Qing head-on? By then, I can't escape. I can only resist him to protect you? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Qing's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunsheng, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace Gu, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Li Shan came to a realization. 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here. Maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them, and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath. It was a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the Gu immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw. It was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal Gu immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Sheng Tian. Kong Sheng Tian was the name of a person. He was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of Gu masters. He had the 4th-ranked mystical Gu, Qi Escape Gu. Evidently, he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Gu's aura was not as stable as before. It gave off a feeling of weakness. The Gu worm also did not have a healthy luster. It looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was originally an Imperial Court blessed land. It would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will use Water Pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this Immortal Gu many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line. It needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was the first hungry, Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more Immortal Gu that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed Worldly Wave Trace Gu, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunsheng left, the Land Spirit took over Tai Bai Yunsheng's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth. The economy here was not developed. One could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng brought him good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land. He had smoothly come into contact with some Gu immortals. He even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them. Not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produce lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local super forces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way, they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Bai Yunqing's letter suggested Feng Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Feng Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the Heaven and Earth Chi of Northern Plains. The Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance. One's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Feng Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Feng Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Bai Yunqing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most, the price will be higher. If I do not use Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. The Earth Horse Guards were intimidated by Feng Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Feng Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji King. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji King heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Feng Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Who immortal blessed land's soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Feng Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Feng Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Who immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji King would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away. Yuan Bai and Fanny looked at each other. Feng Yuan took away the Lingji King heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny arrived before the Lingji King, Feng Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining Earth Horse Guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fanny. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fanny sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fanny away. He ordered the Academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, 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 water waves surged. Moist winds blew on Feng Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Feng Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood. Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Feng Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Feng Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many goo worms. These goo worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters, and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 goo immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi. Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Feng Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai Bai Yunxing brought back to feed worldly wave trace immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing had indeed helped Feng Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal goo was indispensable. After Feng Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Feng Yuan had 29.5 immortal yuan stone, 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation, he used almost all the immortal yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal yuan stone was left. 46. It is still not enough. Feng Yuan borrowed from Fairy Lishan and Land Spirit of Langia. Fairy Lishan lent Feng Yuan 30 immortal yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langia, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him, and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, but their relationship was not deep enough. Feng Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo, but seeing this situation, he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the River of Time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed. It was finally the day of He Lolan's immortal ascension. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were already waiting. This is... Feng Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunxing had already answered. This is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix, and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again. That's right. Fairy Lishan nodded. Thus, this place has little life force, and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places. Feng Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to Gu immortal in the future. Immediately, the three armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall divine ape like a tidal wave. Such power! Tai Baiyunqing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move mirror itself. Back in Langya Blessed Land, he had seen it once when Feng Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then, Feng Yuan had only expended one bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall divine ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall divine ape became ferocious. It advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Feng Yuan's strength path phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall divine ape. Kill! Kill! The strength path phantoms roared. They were like ants as they attacked the Icefall divine ape. The Icefall divine ape charged left and right, destroying countless strength path phantoms, but it could not break through Feng Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his enslavement path master attainment, no wonder Little Lan values Feng Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Lishan was overjoyed. Strength path phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These strength path phantoms, the most ordinary ones, had 2 arms, followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall divine ape roared angrily. It fought fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the strength path phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into strength path phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Feng Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Feng Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Feng Yuan had already used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu close to 10 times. Strange, this Icefall divine ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal Gu. It does not even have a single mortal Gu. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Feng Yuan could see the Icefall divine ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal Gu or even a mortal Gu. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Feng Yuan's lips curled. A fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply. He was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance, like a demon god descending. He arrived above the icefall divine ape's head. Come group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dissipated. Their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, "Immovable blink?" This was the rank 6 time path immortal goo immovable blink. It could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Cheng saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, "To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which Gu immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession?" At the end, He Cheng chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression. Her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. "He Cheng, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of Little Lands, because the one stopping you is me." Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself. She erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered. Countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. Several leaf Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the 3 qi, floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. "He Cheng, you need to be careful. Third leader cultivates both earth and wood. She set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan." Shui Songzi immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Cheng had a calm expression. His gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. He Cheng muttered. He snorted coldly and said to Shui Songzi, "Go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Lulan." His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7. There was still a gap between her and He Cheng. "Okay." Throwing the hardest bone to He Cheng, Shui Songzi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person. He knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Shui Songzi charging towards him. He shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Shui Songzi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Cheng, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus, he did not expose his true battle strength. He Cheng and Shui Songzi analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's two-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path phantom army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals. And fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Shui Songzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Shui Songzi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power. He shouted as he pushed with both hands, using killer moves. Wind and snow swaying. Iceberg drill. Snow sparrow crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Shui Songzi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds. They were like fish in water in the wind and snow. They were full of spirituality. There were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains. 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waved his hand. The myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely. Their battle cries shook the sky. Everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Shui Songzi's expression changed. Only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Shui Songzi shouted angrily. His hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, snow domain. Everlasting pine tree, ice hair dragon flow. Shui Songzi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing. From small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer. Dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Shui Songzi at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled. The snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shui Songzi's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Cheng and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Cheng activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. Chapter 695. Found her. He Cheng's eyes suddenly shined. He laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted. Countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Lishan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind. Earth Flower Consecutive Vault. The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. Hei-chung snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower. Its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated, after 17 or 18 man-eating flowers. Hei-cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. Hei-cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Thus he focused his attention on the remaining two. Fairy Lishan's expression was pale. She shouted. Heavenly flowers darken. The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow. Sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. Hei-chung snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His immortal goo dark arrow was widely known. Thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with dark arrow immortal goo as the core, he had already tried many times. And the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the dark arrow. Hei-chung stared, activating a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The two arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in mid-air. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In Hei-cheng's vision, Fairy Lishan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Lishan's voice actually resounded from the other side. You have been tricked, Hei-chung. The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Lishan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. Hei-chung, you will definitely lose today. Fairy Lishan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of Hei-cheng's strength was due to Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Lishan only had one Mountain Pledge Goo. She could not defend against it directly. Good rules. You cannot use any goo worms to cheat. Give your wager first. I have 2 immortal yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe, crescent moon goo. 20 gray heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish swish swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. Hei-chung stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 supreme elders. This game they were playing was called Four Sparrow Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Cheng was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Cheng said. Go go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle. They had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go go go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. He Cheng left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes, he saw Shuesongzi. Shuesongzi had rested. He was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing He Cheng he sighed. Things have become troublesome. I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Cheng said. You want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know? When? Shuesongzi's tone was slightly unhappy. He Cheng snorted coldly. Not long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Shuesongzi squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish. They were not as united as the righteous path. He Cheng's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Gu immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many righteous path Gu immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. He Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. He Cheng, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness. I want 500 immortal yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yin-Yang life extension method as well. Shuesongzi broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with He Cheng to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. He Cheng's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Shuesongzi and said slowly, You are clear of my situation. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation, and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom goo, Feng Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull's soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull's soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way, he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately now, even in jewel yellow skies, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband, Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Baiqing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a grand spirit affinity house goo immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. Her golden eyebrows were long and slender. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Baiqing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long, as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation, an accident happened. From then on, she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Baiqing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Baiqing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Jioga heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing Er, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioga and Baiqing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Fairy Baiqing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioga's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down. She said hesitantly, "When Huang Er was 3, Dream Wings Immortal Goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls." A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that. I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Feng Jioga nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves, to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang Er wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dreamwing's immortal goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang Er wakes up, inform me immediately. No matter how hard Fang Jing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenshuru was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fang Jing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed. He was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenshuru was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fang Jing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Fairy Songyu smiled charmingly. She took a step forward and was about to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.